They harass the pelican and try to steal the fish, even standing on his back. Bird beaks are awesome, and they give creatures like the brown pelican some incredible creature powers.
So check out the bird beaks around you. There's usually a cool creature power in those beaks.
Keep on creature adventuring.
We'll see you on the creature trail.
All aboard!
PBS Kids has a week of brand new Dinosaur Train.
Oh boy, are you in for a treat?
Hooray!
Go on epic adventures by land, air, and even riverboat.
Great river queen!
Rolling, rolling on the river.
It's an all-new week of Dinosaur Train, featuring the world premiere, Rollin' on the Riverboat, starting Monday on PBS Kids.
Dinosaur Train is leaving the station.
Oh, what?
And these passengers can't wait to get going.
I want to see a huge big crater hole that an asteroid made.
Catch a ride on Dinosaur Train, weekdays on PBS Kids, or anytime on the PBS Kids video app.
Wild Kratts is made possible by...
Early learning is a journey. When we join our children on that journey, we all tap into wonder. Curious World app-based learning, proud to support PBS Kids.
In all our kids, there's a little scientist, a little explorer, and a little architect. Little Critters Vitamins believes every child should have a healthy start. We are proud to support Wild Kratts and PBS Kids.
The Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
To find out more about
If I could have your attention,
Okay, you're good to go,
if I could ask everybody to move towards your seats. We're not ready to start, but we've got a seating problem here today, and we want to see how many seats are taken. So that would be very helpful. Thank you.
I'm in the ozone. I'm gonna start wearing spurs. I'm gonna start wearing a pair of spurs. At least mother's too young and progressive. I don't like it.
Please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're going to get started. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
You have to get close.
Please take your seats. We're going to hold for just a couple of seconds. Don't start talking again. We've got a few people still coming in through the entranceway, so we're going to get started in just a couple of seconds. Brent, are we ready to begin? Okay, thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. I can't tell you how pleased we are to be here at Fayetteville State University this week. I think we've all learned a lot, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. But at this time, I'd like to remind everyone to turn their cell phones off. And I'm going to ask Governor Williford, who is a resident of the city of Fayetteville, to welcome us and lead us in the invocation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you so much for allowing us to gather this morning and for keeping us all safe in our travels here. We humbly ask your blessing on this university and all that serve her. Keep them mindful of their mission and diligent in the task before them. We ask for your blessing on this board. Give us the wisdom to make just decisions and the humility to understand that we act as a whole and not as individuals. And finally, Lord, we ask a special blessing on our new president. She has traveled from many miles away from her home, agreed to undertake this changing challenge of this great university. Give her the wisdom, the strength, and the resolve to meet the demands she will face. We ask all these blessings in the name of our Savior and Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Mike. Secretary Perry, could you call the roll?
Chairman Bissett.
Present.
Vice Chairman Aiken.
Here.
Ms. Burris Floyd.
Here.
Mr. Byers.
Here.
Mr. Davenport.
Here.
Mrs. Gage.
Here.
Mr. Goolsby.
Here.
Mr. Granger.
Here.
Mr. Hinton.
Here.
Mr. Holmes.
Here.
Mr. Hood.
Here.
Mr. King.
Here.
Mr. Knott.
Here.
Mr. Cotis.
Here.
Mr. Lampy. Mr. Lampy. Mr. Long.
Here.
Mrs. McNeil.
Here.
Ms. Maxwell.
Here.
Mr. Alex Mitchell.
Here.
Mr. Champ Mitchell.
Here.
Mrs. Nelson.
Here.
Mr. Parrish.
Present.
Mr. Pickett. Mr. Pickett. Mr. Powers.
Here.
Mr. Rippey. Mr. Rippey. Mr. Sloan.
Here.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
Mr. Souza.
Here.
Mr. Sawasink.
Here.
Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb. Mrs. Wiley.
Here.
Mr. Williford.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Perry. The State Ethics Act took effect on January 1, 2007, and all of the voting members of the Board of Governors are covered by the Act. Under the Act, you have a duty to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflicts. Looking at the agenda for today's meeting, does anyone know that you have a conflict of interest or an interest that would give rise to the appearance of a conflict of interest? If so, please let me know now. Yes, Mr. Long.
Mr. Chairman, item 9D regarding Western Carolina University and 9J regarding North Carolina Central University.
Thank you. Anyone else? At this time, you know, when we visit the many great campuses in our system, you learn a lot of things. And at this time, I learned something last night, by the way. At this time, I'd like to invite Chancellor James Batman Anderson to the podium for a few remarks. Chancellor Anderson.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all welcome our guests from Elizabeth City State University. Thank you for being here. And just one, before I make my comments, one technical issue for all the board members. Before you leave, make sure you pick up your bag. You have a bag to take with you. I mean, it's got some fantastic goodies in it, okay? Fantastic. But make sure you pick one up. Well, I welcome the opportunity to offer a few comments. The whole campus was both excited and honored that the board visited us, and especially during the first week that Margaret Spellings took office. And it gives you a chance when you visit campuses to see that campus firsthand, to talk to its students, its faculty, its staff, to learn about its history, to see the physical aspect of the campus that's evolving, and give you really a better sense of what's involved in the life and the economy of that campus. And so I'm glad that you had that opportunity to do that. There's so many groups to thank. I don't have time to do it all, but I will especially like to highlight the facilities folks, the groundskeepers, the housekeepers, everyone who usually you don't see, who made our campus beautiful, who put in inordinate hours. Student Affairs, Dr. Janice Haney, and all of her folks in Student Affairs did a fantastic job, and so I really thank them. But I'm going to save a thank you, last thank you, for the staff at GA. They do not get recognized enough. And would you all, any of the staff at GA, please stand. Please stand. I want you all to look around at this group. This group engages in a labor of love, okay? Often they aren't rewarded, often they work late hours, etc. But if it weren't for them, none of the chancellors, none of the board members, etc., would have the information we need to make evidence-based decision and do some of the things we do. So personally, I thank you all for everything that you do. One thing that has happened since Margaret came, and before Margaret came, is she's been assigned different names. There are different adjectives associated with Margaret Spellings now. Some very positive, some not so very positive. A friend of mine who had watched the news the other night said, "Chancellor, I saw you walking with the new alpha female." You like that, huh, Margaret? The new alpha female. Because isn't it funny, just to show you how sexist we are, we usually only associate the word alpha with a male. But you're the new alpha female, so we like that, okay? Okay. I also would like to go on record speaking for my colleagues, my fellow chancellors, and especially my fellow HBCU chancellors. If anyone has any doubt, if any of those people down there have any doubt, we are absolutely, resolutely in support of Margaret and what she does and in her coming. And we would do that steadfastly. Okay, but don't mess up, Margaret. I also want to say that yesterday you got a chance to see one of our outstanding students, Kimberly West. At A&T, you got to see one of their outstanding students. I'm not going to say that those two students are the norm for FSU and North Carolina A&T, but I will say we are moving closer to that kind of student being the norm. And that's why we need to support to be able to do that, okay? The chancellors never ask for things just because they don't need it. We ask for things because we needed to support teaching and learning and research and to support our missions. And so those two students that you saw really are beginning to become the norm for the kind of student that comes to our institution. And many of those students are students that when they first got here, they were borderline. And now we produce stars. We have a student in China right now, University of Shanghai, Chris Darden. And Chris was a good student, but Chris is working on his MBA at the University of Shanghai. Now, an MBA at most of our campuses you can get in a year and a half, a year in the summer. It's 4 years at the University of Shanghai because your first 2 must be years of intensive Chinese language training. Then you work on your MBA. Chris did not want to go. Chris was afraid to go. He's a local North Carolina boy. But he talked to his mentors, of which I'm one, and I said, Chris, imagine when you finish that program, that you'll have an MBA in an international competitive area, you'll be fluent in Chinese, and you will write your ticket around the world. See, that's our responsibility as mentors, to encourage our students who fear to do certain things to step out and realize their greatness. And that's what we want to continue to do. In yesterday's meeting, in one of the committee meetings, Hannah Gage, my good friend, colleague Hannah Gage, made a statement in which she said, either we're going to follow policies or we aren't, all right? It doesn't matter what it was. It's just either. I'd like to say the same thing about data analytics and the evidence that's presented to you often. The staff did an enormous job in terms of preparing and presenting the data that was shown as part of NC-GAAP. You know, data analytics is so sophisticated today, whether at the corporate sector or whether in higher ed, that when it's done and done well and presented to you, there are very few ways you can refute it. Very few. And I only say to this board, pay attention to data when you get it, about anything, okay? Especially when the data is exceptionally strong. You've probably heard from James Johnson, who's talked about the browning of North Carolina, and that every indicator we have says that the economic future of the state of North Carolina is also tied, among many things, to the changing demographics in North Carolina, and that's the browning of North Carolina. It makes no sense for us to do anything that dilutes diversity in North Carolina. We should be producing at all of our institutions diverse students, exceptional learners, highly competitive, highly analytical, that love this state and that will drive this economy. So there shouldn't be a policy, or there shouldn't be anything that we do that dilutes that diversity. The future of our state depends on it. Having said all of that, I now would like to also take the opportunity to, Getchell, is our singer here? Okay, I want to give you one more example, and it'll just take 2 minutes, of the excellence we have here. Margaret and some others maybe have got a chance to see our early college high schools. We have 2, a traditional early college and an international early college. In fact, our early college high schools were ranked #1 in the state, #1 public school in the state, and one of the top public schools in the entire country, our early college high schools. This young lady, come here. This young lady is going to sing for you this morning, but she's going to sing in Chinese. Our international early college high school, students learn Chinese, Arabic, Spanish, among other things. And I heard her sing one night, and I was just captivated by her. Now, her song normally takes 4 or 5 minutes. I told her, make it 2 minutes, and that's it. Okay? So go ahead and introduce yourself to this illustrious body. Tell them where you're from.
Hello, my name's Jahina Hayes. I'm from the Cumberland International Early College High School, and I'm going to be singing You Exist in My Song. It's a Chinese love story.
一朝梦境，一朝。
我上升的脑海里，我的梦里，我的心里，我的歌声里。你存在我上升的脑海里，我的梦里，我的心里，我的歌声里。
This is an example of what our early college high schools do all around the state. They are producing some fantastic students. And I hope that when she finishes her 2 years of early college, she'll come to FSU. If she doesn't, she'll end up at one of the other UNC campuses. If you ever seen a Morehead Scholar, Carol, that's it right there. Right there. Or Park Scholar, Ed, that's it right there, okay? All right, I would like to say a few words because we're going to recognize one of our great young leaders. You're not young anymore, Thomas. One of our leaders in North Carolina. And Thomas Conway has labored in the vineyards for the UNC system and for this state, 32 years at NC State, of which 12 he worked with me and for me, and then 8 here at NC State before he moved on to be chancellor at Elizabeth City State University. Thomas, you are my brother, my friend, and I'm so proud of you. And I would like to introduce our board chair, Colonel Donald Porter, who will just make a few comments, and then Thomas will ask you to come up.
Mr. Chairman, Madam President, board members, ladies and gentlemen. As a military man, I've always been trained to be very sensitive to the number 2 person. And of course, as a chairman now, with a philosophy that nothing good can happen when board members get involved in operation. So with that, you need a good go-to person. And Chancellor Conway has been just that. There was nothing in the lifeblood of Fayetteville State University that he didn't know. You could always go to him. His counsel was always wise, and not one time when you go to him when you went to him with initiative, you say, we can't do that, we don't do that. He would always say, let's figure out a way to do it. And yes, it's going to be a little void left, but I'll assure you, and I commend you for your selection of him, because I knew at some point it wouldn't be long before he became a chancellor. And I've already, and I'm so delighted that our brothers and sisters are here from Elizabeth City. I ran into some of your senior staff members at the CIAA last year, and I've already put out a warning that being a resident or a former resident of Chesapeake, Virginia, I will be stopping through on the way home from time to time to ensure that you are taking care of him and Michelle. But I just wanted you to know that I thank you for this opportunity to say this, because, again, as a military person, I always requested that my awards be forwarded to my gaining unit. And I always wanted my gaining leaders to know what my abilities were, and that's why I'm glad we have this opportunity, and I hope you know that you've just appointed a gem of a professional. Thank you very much.
I would just like to note that Thomas's wife, Michelle, please stand. The First Lady, new First Lady of Elizabeth City is here. And then her mother, Rosa. Rosa, please stand. Michelle's mother, Rosa. Thank you for coming from Florida. Thomas, please come forward, and let's stand and give a great hand to Thomas Conway, the new Chancellor of Elizabeth City State.
say just a couple of things before Dr. Conway gets started. Thank you, Colonel Porter, Chancellor Anderson, and Jahina. That was a magnificent performance. I tell you, we all enjoyed it. You know, we were scheduled to have the All-American Chorus from Fort Bragg here this morning, but they had some deployments, so they couldn't be here. I had actually thought about asking the chancellors to fill in for them. but then somebody said that probably would not be a good idea. So Jahina, you filled in perfectly. So thank you so much. As you know, at our January meeting, the Board of Governors unanimously elected Dr. Thomas Conway, Chancellor of Elizabeth City State University. But because Chancellor Martin could not control the weather in his town down in Greensboro, we had to reschedule, and Dr. Conway was unable to attend. So at this time, we would like to welcome Chancellor Conway to the UNC system and ask him to make a few remarks. And I do understand that Michelle is here, his mother-in-law, and other family members, and so we're very pleased to have all of you, plus anyone else from Elizabeth City State. We've got some trustees, we got some students. Could you please stand up? Anybody from Elizabeth City State? Oh, here. Thank you very much. Dr. Conway.
I'm going to start by demonstrating the fact that I am a team player. I've been in the system a long time and understand how it works. And as I was seated this morning over with the chancellors, I was counting the number of times that people said to me, "few." Say just a few words. James Anderson said it 3 times as I was walking to the podium. Chairman Bissett just said it again a couple of times. And each of the chancellors seated over there made sure that I understood this was to be brief. And it will be. I am honored and humbled by the selection to be the 11th CEO and 6th Chancellor of Elizabeth City State University. I take this challenge with a full heart of commitment. I will say, as I get started here, one of the things that struck me as I was thinking about the process of moving to Elizabeth City, a piece of scripture came to me that I have been reciting almost daily since then. It's 1 Kings, the 20th chapter, 11th verse. It says, "Let not he who puts on his armor boast as he who takes it off." So I'm not going to talk about all of the things that we intend to do at Elizabeth City State University. I am going to say that we intend to do great things. I would like to say to President Spellings, this is a great system. It is comprised of great institutions. Elizabeth City State University is one of those great institutions and will continue to show its prowess in getting better at what it does. A couple of things that I think are important. I'm going off script. My wife hates when I do this. I sit down and I did a script, and that was more to protect you, because I could be up here a while, because I get passionate about things, and things I get passionate about, I tend to want to explain to people why it's important that we pay attention to them. But I just want to go back and point out a couple of things, and I'll pull from a couple of things Chancellor Anderson said just really quickly. We are 17 institutions in the University of North Carolina system. We are in the people business. People business can be inherently messy, all right? But we are experts at working through the messiness of people business. That's what we do. One of the things that we have to be cognizant of, and to the Board of Governors members, I implore you, one of the things that we have to be cognizant of is that we don't get caught up so quickly in easy metrics up front, that we forget that there are other important variables that we must look at also. I sat in in the auditorium here on campus my first year here, and a couple of speakers were on the stage, and one of them made the comment that, you know, the problem with HBCUs is that there are a lot of people in those institutions that don't belong in college. And there literally was applause. So the next day I started questioning students. Which of your colleagues do you think he was talking about? Because the understanding that I have garnered over the over 40 years of working in the University of North Carolina system is the following. There may be some who do not belong in college, but none of us are good enough to figure out who they are before we see them perform. That is a very important concept. It is a critical context. It is the context in which institutions like mine operate. I would ask you to support that context. There are three cornerstone issues that I'm going to talk about briefly, and I'm just going to mention them. I'm not going to explain them. Just three. First, Elizabeth City State University is probably the most effective vehicle. It's one of, if not the most effective vehicle the state of North Carolina has in Northeast North Carolina to help support the people of Northeast North Carolina. It is a critical element of the economy there. It is a critical element of the economic engine there. It is a critical element of the progressive development of that part of the state. In 1891, actually yesterday in 1891, Elizabeth City State University was founded. I meant to rip Harold Martin. We're actually 6 days older than A&T, Harold. March 3rd, 1891, Elizabeth City State University was founded. It was founded for the purpose of spurring economic development in Northeast North Carolina. We are still committed to that mission today. We are still looking for ways to do that better. I have made it my business to start meeting with chambers of commerce, with superintendents of public schools, with economic development officers in the area, because what we want to do is look at bringing programs and services to Northeast North Carolina that do actually fulfill that core mission of the institution. What we will do in the future, and this is one of the biggies, this third piece is just one of the biggies we have to understand. What we do around this table, what we do as chancellors, what we do as professionals working at the institutions, I have to say is critically important. But what is important for us to understand that what we do will be the benefits of it will accrue to generations yet unborn. 125 years ago, when Elizabeth City State University was founded, the founders knew it was important to lay that cornerstone. The students matriculating there today are benefiting from that investment. Students not yet born, students that will walk that campus 125 years from now, will benefit from the decisions we make now. That is the attitude with which I'm going into this position. I'm going in with an attitude that we add value to what we do, or to Northeast North Carolina. I'm going in with the attitude that we owe it to the citizens of the state of North Carolina and the region to do the very best job we can to elevate the quality of life in that part of North Carolina. I would like to take just a point of personal privilege. I had family from I grew up in Lewisburg, North Carolina. Lewisburg is a tenth the size of Elizabeth City, so I thought I had gone to the big city when I went there. I would like my family from Lewisburg to stand. It's my sister, my brother, their spouses. Irvin, would you stand up? This is my brother-in-law who happens to be an Elizabeth City State University alum. If there are any other Elizabeth City State University alums in the house, I'd like to ask you to stand. We are traveling to make sure that our alums know that we are committed to them. They are a proud and committed group of alums. We are going to work every day to make you proud of your institution. Thank you. And I'm going to close with that to say we're here to serve. We have, James told me I'm no longer young, but I accepted this role as a labor of love. This is, Elizabeth City is where I want to be. I intend to be there for a while. And when I say a while, people start, how long can you hold out? Well, the reality is I've been blessed that I don't look like all I've been through. And with God's will, we will be there for Elizabeth City as we set the new course, and His will be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Conway. We appreciate your years of service to the UNC system, and we thank you for your willingness to serve again at Elizabeth City State University. And I want you to know, and all the people here today from Elizabeth City State University, that this board has no higher priority than the success of Elizabeth City State University. So you have our full support, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you again. Before we begin the business portion of the meeting, I would like to address a couple of matters. Soon after she was elected president, Margaret Spellings and the board began to explore options to make our board meetings more open and accessible to our university community and the general public. Over the last few months, I have talked with President Spellings and many of you about the ways to improve transparency and engage in a positive way with our students, faculty, staff, and the public. As a result of those conversations, and with assistance from general administration staff, we've identified 3 specific steps that we can take in this regard. First, we can make regular board meetings available by video. I'm happy to be able to announce today that as of today, we are streaming our meetings live. Links can be found on the northcarolina.edu website and on unctv.org. Our thanks to UNC TV for helping us to make this available. UNC TV is able to provide the same service for our future regular board meetings. So, Mike, we look forward to seeing you here in the future. Second, we can provide an opportunity for regular comment sessions where members of the university community and the public would have an opportunity to present issues and concerns to the board. Several board members have expressed an interest in participating in these comment sessions. We're exploring different formulas or formats for public comment sessions, and we would expect to begin holding them in connection with our regular board meetings in the near future. And finally, to make sure these meetings are available and accessible, we need to communicate reasonable expectations for proper conduct at our board meetings. The document before you today is designed to be an easy reference. It describes how the board conducts its meetings and indicates that the meetings will be made available by video and that opportunities for public comment will be provided. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion from our board to endorse these measures, including the written expectations of conduct that you have before you?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just to,
Yes, Mr. Long.
so the board remembers, it's a violation of North Carolina law to disrupt a public meeting. It's a misdemeanor. So I think that this is a very appropriate policy and is consistent with the North Carolina statutes. And I think that anyone who does this, who's associated with the university, should be disciplined. And I hope that we will look at that option.
Thank you, Mr. Long. We welcome everyone to our meetings. We invite you to participate. We're going to provide a format for you to convey your comments to the board in the future. That's something that has not been done in the past, but will be done in the future. So I'm hoping that we will not have the kind of disruptive behavior that we've had in the past. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Thank you very much. The motion carries unanimously. I will now entertain, and I wanted to thank Margaret because really these ideas, she brought these ideas with her, a lot of these ideas. The board members were discussing it, but we really appreciate your working with us on this. I think it'll be a great improvement to our meeting, so thank you. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes for the open session of the meeting of Tuesday, January 26th.
So moved.
Have a motion and second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes for the open session of the meeting of Thursday and Friday, February 11th and 12th. All in favor, motion?
So moved.
Second. This motion is second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. The motion carries. I would now, it's a great honor for me to be able to recognize President Margaret Spellings for her first report to this board. Margaret.
Thank you, Chairman Bissett. I'm thrilled to be here with you to begin our work together, and I thank you, Lou, for your guidance and wise counsel over the past few months. I also want to thank Craig Souza and the Transition Committee for making my journey over the several months so productive, and thank you, Craig, and your team. I also want to extend my deepest gratitude to Junius Gonzalez, and Junius, you need to stand up. He has been a tremendous leader as interim president, and I've been fortunate to benefit from his experience, and I look forward to working with you in the future, Junius. Thank you for your service. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge Kevin Fitzgerald, who's retiring as Chief of Staff to this system on April the 1st. Kevin has spent his entire career in service to the citizens of this state, often at considerable personal sacrifice, and I'm grateful that he delayed his retirement plans to help me transition into my new role. Kevin isn't able to be here today, but I know you all join me in thanking him, pardon me, for his service and his commitment. And I hope, Kevin, that you're watching on the live stream today from wherever you are. I've had the privilege of spending the last 3 days here at Fayetteville State, and I am now a proud member of the Bronco community. And I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all who have welcomed me here. Proud to be, as we say here at FSU. I thank Chancellor Anderson for his hospitality and leadership, and I look forward to working with this fine, fine man over the coming years. The last time this board visited FSU was in 2003. And this institution has made incredible progress since that time, and I'm glad for you all to have this time to show off that amazing progress. At our February retreat, 5 key priorities emerged to guide our work together: access, affordability, student success, economic impact, and excellence. From students to faculty to taxpayers to policymakers to members of this board, there's broad agreement around these areas and our commitment to move forward. Today, I want to lay down some markers for how I will address these challenges in my first 100 days. First, I'm going to do a lot of listening and learning. It's unbelievable to me that I'm on just day 4, rounding out my first week on the job. I'm still learning the nuances of the system, and that's why I'm going to spend much of the next few months talking with faculty, students, staff, and all stakeholders, and taking in the beauty of this great state and its fabulous people. I'm engaging these core constituents in a conversation about what they're most proud of and where we have work to do. In fact, on Wednesday, Chancellor Anderson and I learned about the students' concerns with the access and affordability of higher education. At the same time, I was able to see firsthand the power of the community at Fayetteville State. Faculty and staff are empowering students to be successful inside and outside the classroom. One student told me, "I don't feel like a number here." Students like Jahina. Thank you, Jahina, for your amazing song and sharing it with us. It was a great, great visit. This brings me to my second point, getting to know and empowering the chancellors. Time spent on campus is also allowing me the opportunity to get to know my colleagues. They are my partners and my collaborators, and I have the utmost confidence in all of them. I'll rely on them for their insights into the unique strengths of the universities they lead. They have important roles to play, and I look forward to the Chancellor's Retreat that I'm holding in April. I'm committed to supporting each one of these institutions in an individualized way so that the system as a whole can accomplish our shared goals. Third, I intend to better align the talent of the general administration team. We need the right structure and the right people doing the right things. We must break down silos and encourage collaboration, transparency, and effectiveness. Later this morning, you'll be hearing from the Boston Consulting Group on the status of their work to help the general administration be as effective as possible. And within the coming weeks, they will present me with their final report. After considering the report, I plan to act quickly to institute the changes to be fully effective and to accomplish our goals. The resolutions that the Personnel and Tenure Committee approved yesterday and that all of you will consider later this morning are essential to this effort. Of course, I'll be consulting with the Personnel and Tenure Committee as the resolution provides, and I appreciate your support this morning. Fourth, I will work with the legislature to advocate for the policies and resources that we need. I'm hopeful that together we can achieve some early legislative wins, and performance-based pay is at the top of my list. In order to attract world-class talent to our institutions, we need to offer competitive compensation. In addition, we want to tackle key strategic initiatives around accessibility and affordability, leading more timely completion using good data and analytic technologies. And we must delay the implementation of NC-GAAP. The report before you clearly shows that NC-GAAP has unintended consequences, not to mention that it limits consumer choice and empowerment. We also want to lift the private fundraising cap to give individual institutions greater autonomy to maximize their partnerships with the private and philanthropic sectors. Fifth, I want to ensure you that I'm using your expertise strategically. You're a talented group of people, and I pledge to make significant changes in the way my team works with you. Today, together we will conduct a comprehensive review of our policies and revise them to make best use of your time and expertise. We'll also do advanced planning to develop coherent agendas that address the most compelling and strategic issues facing our system. We will ensure that the materials you receive in advance of our meetings are timely, user-friendly, relevant, and focused on the most compelling strategic issues. And my final point is transparency. In my listening tour and in day-to-day operations, I want to plant the seeds for us to have strong and lasting partnerships and even friendships with stakeholders from students and faculty to legislators, business leaders, civil rights, and faith leaders. All of them have valuable expertise to contribute, and I want to ensure that our conversations include them. I'm eager to provide the opportunity for regular comment sessions for members of the university community and the public to present issues and share concerns at these meetings. As Chairman Bissett mentioned, beginning today, we are streaming this meeting live on the UNC website, and this will ensure that our meetings are accessible and open to all. thanks to UNCTV for their help making this happen. We've also refreshed our system website to allow greater access to news and information for your use and information. I'm looking forward to developing strong and productive relationships with all of our constituencies, including you, and I greatly appreciate your support. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to work together to make this system the premier, the preeminent higher education system in our nation, and I know we can get it done together. Thank you.
Thank you, President Spellings. We will now consider the administrative action items listed as item 9 on today's agenda. Are there items that members of the board wish to have removed for discussion? I'm told that Governor Curtis would like to have item I removed for separate discussion. Is that right, Marty? Yes, please. Any other items? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the administrative action items by consent.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. The motion carries. Thank you. This time I will call on Mr. Davenport for the report of the Audit Committee. Oh, wait. Getting ahead of myself here, Walter. I was so excited about hearing your report.
Everybody wants to
couldn't wait. Marty, that's the disposition of property by demolition. Would you like to discuss
That's correct.
that?
My concern about this is a property at Carolina that's 20 acres of land, 236 apartments that are going to be demolished, which I'm completely fine with because they're functionally obsolete. The issue I have is that the demolition cost of $5 million, a good portion of that is being proposed to be paid from housing receipts. So the students are effectively paying to demolish the housing to be replaced by use that isn't housing, which I don't think is fair. I would suggest that the demolition be allowed, but that the funds be paid for from F&A receipts instead, because this is 20 acres of prime land. The university is going to have the benefit of that. If instead this were being proposed to be redeveloped as student housing, I could see the housing receipts being used, and then they would have the benefit of not having that additional cost in the future. So I would ask on this item, if we are going to approve it, which I think we should, that the funds be restricted to be paid for out of F&A funds. And I would move that or make that motion.
We have a motion by Governor Curtis. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
We have a second. Any other discussion on the motion?
I'd like to hear from Chancellor Folt
Thank
about
you.
it, please, Mr. Chairman.
I think that would be a great idea.
We cannot use F&A funds for destruction and demolition. That is for research support, research base. It's not for tearing down student housing.
I guess I'm confused then because it shows that F&A funds are being used for this as well.
Matt, are you, we can use, Matt is here.
Yes,
Yeah, he can explain.
yeah, a portion of the funds are F&A funds. We're going to use some, with the long-term plan is to use some of those, that land to build research facilities on that land. The reason we believe housing should be paid for a portion of the tear down, the university gave the property to housing as a greenfield ready to be developed, and we're asking for it to come back as a greenfield ready for us to develop it. We never charged them for the property, so we basically just want it back in the state that we gave it to the housing division.
Thank you. Mr. Long, did you have a comment?
What is the property going to be used for? I don't recall from the notes.
Pardon, I'm sorry.
What's the property going to be used for?
Well, we're in the middle of our master planning process right now. There are a number of things we are considering. A innovation area for our research to become translational. There probably will be some housing that does go onto that property, and to become and also for some expanded research as we grow our life science research area.
Thank you. Any other discussion on Marty's motion? So, all in favor raise your hand. All opposed? Somebody help me count. I think the opposition carries. You count?
No, everybody put them back.
Okay, let's try it again. All opposed. Let's do that first. Okay, all in favor one more time, so we get the number. Thank you. The motion fails. We have a motion for the approval of that item. Is there any further discussion on that? If not, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign?
No.
Believe the ayes have it. Thank you very much. That was a good discussion. Now, Mr. Davenport, the report from the committee, from the audit committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. On behalf of the audit committee, we offer the following report from our meeting yesterday. First of all, the audit committee welcomed two of our university chief audit officers to the meeting to showcase some of the internal audit work from their respective campuses. Ms. Horton discussed her use of student interns in the UNC Pembroke internal audit function, the benefit of the extra resources, and the value of the investment in student learning. We heard from two of her interns who expressed how valuable the work was to their learning experience and how it shaped their direction in their career choices. Mr. Starkner from Fayetteville State University discussed the relationship of internal audit with campus leadership and the Board of Trustees. He highlighted the types of requests for internal audit services he receives from senior leadership and the communications he has with the audit committee and the Board of Trustees. Next, the committee was presented with an update on the status of the UNC-GA's internal audit plan for 2015 and 2016 fiscal year, and heard presentations from two internal audit reports that have been released since our last meeting. The committee was pleased with management's responses to the internal audit, their recommendations, and their plans to take corrective action. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my report from the Audit Committee's open session.
Thank you, Mr. Davenport. Now call on Mr. Smith for the report of the Committee on Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to give a shout out to Scott Lampy, who is live streaming with us. I think he's on a beach somewhere, but he's live streaming. I have two items for a vote today. I will make a comment. There's been a tremendous amount of discussion on both items. And as I made a point to several of my other governors this morning, I think that's very healthy. And I think that's what makes this board great, is that we have diverse opinions and we get to come together in a healthy vote. So I wanted to make sure everybody understood where I was at on that. In accordance with the tuition and fees plan, the Board of Governors approved tuition and fee proposals for 2 years, 2015-16 and 16-17, in February of last year. Yesterday, the committee discussed adjustments to tuition and fees, which included school-based tuition for new programs approved by the board after February 2015, changes to existing debt service fees, and other technical fees. After the meeting yesterday, it was discovered that the fees for summer programs at NCSSM stated in the items were incorrect. The correct amount are shown in the handouts in your folders. On behalf of the Committee on Budget and Finance, I move approval of the tuition and fees adjustments for 2016 and 17.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We have a motion from the committee. Is there any discussion? Yes, McNeil.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of
philosophical discussion. One of the items, and I don't want to call out any particular school, includes a carve-out for need-based financial aid as part of that tuition structure. And we had a committee that spent a great deal of time discussing that very issue. It was primarily based around undergraduate tuitions, and we came up with a cap and freeze program. But I think philosophically, we need to determine on this board how we feel about asking students to involuntarily commit to subsidizing other students in a program. It's now being done in graduate programs, and we didn't look at that specifically in this task force committee, but I think it's something that we need to look at across the board. I personally would like to see a box to be checked on every tuition bill that goes out that says, would you like to contribute to need-based financial aid for fellow students, and give every student and family the opportunity, if they wish, to make that contribution. But I feel philosophically we can't compel them to do it.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Marty?
I would just simply echo those same concerns. I don't think we need to bury this financial aid into a increase. In this case, you're talking about $8,000, so $800 more for the students to pay. I think that should be an option for them, but not a requirement.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Zach.
So I'd like to echo Ms. McNeil's and Mr. Curtis's points in regard to their comments on students, so thank you. All student governments and student body presidents of the few campuses affected in this year's evaluation of tuition and fees approved these unanimously. But I do want to point out 2 points. I believe there is a major disconnect between student leaders and the student body they represent, and the two that I've observed, student governments see where these projects and tuition and fees increases are going. So I think that we can get better as student leaders and board to better communicate these specific increases and goals and the benefits they give to our students. And second, members of student governments across our communities are also relatively better than their respective schools. Many students don't have the time. They're working. They can't, put in the time for organizations or be a part of student government. We mentioned in the NC Gap discussion yesterday the 45% left out and the importance of making sure that they have internships and goals. And one final point, I believe that this board knows and understands the problem of the increase in tuition over the past 10 years specifically. One will face, affordability and access to education, but to go off script, I want to talk about something personal. My friend, a student at ECU, recently tried to commit suicide, and it was directly in relation to the amount of his student debt. He had $42,000 in student debt. Sorry if I get emotional. And he cited that as the main reason. He has a biology, on his way to get a biology degree, but he just couldn't take it. And that was really sad, and, So I look forward to tackling these goals we share as student leaders unanimously in our open letter to you, Secretary Spellings. And we, over this next year and the years to come, really do look forward to working with you, and we appreciate what you've done for students so far. So I look forward to the health of our system, and especially mental health, so I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Any other discussion? As you know, we did restrict the use of tuition funds for that purpose for undergraduate students. We did not look at the graduate programs, and that's probably something that we would like you to look into, President Spellings, if you could.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would only add that I think it's important to make a distinction about which policies we apply to undergraduate and graduate education, because right now we do not apply our undergraduate tuition cap to the graduate programs. We do not apply our in-state and out-of-state cap to the graduate programs. And so we have always treated them very differently. I'm not weighing in and saying that's a good idea or a bad idea, but if we begin to apply the same policies for financial aid, then we're creeping into another area.
Thank you, Hannah.
Mr. Chairman, I would
Joe.
While I don't purport to be a tax attorney, I think Governor McNeil's point is well taken, that with a voluntary checkoff, I would think that the families of the undergraduate students who would make that $800 payment would be allowed to deduct it as a charitable contribution. So it is, in essence, a charitable contribution, but they are being deprived of that deduction. So I think it would be a good thing to do.
Interesting point. I think President Spellings will be working on this. Any other discussion? If not, you've heard the motion. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Sort of lackluster carry, but carried. Mr. Smith.
Okay, thank you. Great debate. Item number 2, the fall of 2016 enrollment report indicated that UNC Chapel Hill had non-resident freshman enrollment for 2 consecutive years that exceeded 18% of the freshman class, and over-enrollment of 96 non-resident freshman students. The board's policy requires a budgetary adjustment at the institution. The committee discussed the history of the policy, the specifics around UNC Chapel Hill's over-enrollment, and voted to waive the penalty. The motion is for the 2016-17 fiscal year. I move that we suspend the policy and that budget penalty for exceeding the 18% cap on non-resident freshman enrollment be waived at UNC Chapel Hill.
You've heard the committee's recommendation. Is there any discussion? Mr. Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're in one of these situations again where we have a policy and we aren't enforcing it like it's written, and that concerns me. It's well stated we have an 18% cap on freshman admissions from out-of-state students, and I just don't feel it is in our best interest to make an exception, because my feeling is if we do, then there's nothing to say that other campuses won't be as vigilant about reaching their 18% cap and may go over it, and then basically there's no penalty. The bigger question is the 18% cap what we need in our system? And I think that's a legitimate debate that we should have. In the meantime, however, I don't think we should make exceptions to establish board policy. And that's a comment. I have a question, and I need to probably ask Tom Shanahan, but being as this is an exception to an established policy, doesn't it require a 2/3 vote?
Let me make a comment before we ask that question. Just from a historical perspective, there has been about a 50% exemption rate in the past. So the Board of Governors has dealt with this issue historically, and there's also been some other precedent where the board opted to do a lower penalty. And this is just for historical perspective so everybody understands this, but about 50% of the time, historically, this board has overwritten the policy.
That doesn't make it right.
I didn't say it did. I'm just giving you some perspective.
And I don't know what the circumstances were at any of those given points of time.
Your point's well made.
It could have been something that they knew ahead of time was going to happen, or whatever. But anyway, the fact remains we have a policy, and this is going to be yet another exception, if you want to call it that. And I just don't think it's the right thing to do. And I do have the parliamentary question that I want to.
Where is he?
He's right there.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman,
thank you.
Mr. Souza is correct. This would be a one-time exception to the policy that requires the assessment of the fee, so a 2/3 vote of the voting members present here today would be required for passage.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Yeah, we debated this a lot yesterday at our meeting, and I think it's really important to understand the facts behind this. I agree we should discuss the 18% cap if that's the right number, but the facts here were that this was an issue of yield, and they put out a large number of undergraduate and graduate, in-state and out-of-state undergraduate applications, and they simply received a much higher acceptance rate than they had forecast. So, rather than this being a negative, it's a positive. We have more kids coming into this institution. So we went back and forth on this a good bit. I personally look at this as a really positive thing at the school, and certainly support waiving it in this instance. And I think we should always look at the underlying facts, because they're always going to be different from case to case, which is why we have about a 50% waiver rate. So we did go through this, and the facts are simply that a higher number than anticipated accepted admission at
Yeah,
Chapel
and
Hill.
I understand. I think Craig makes a great point. I talked to Craig about it this morning, and I've talked to several governors about it. And I mean, that's what makes this process so great is, we have the opportunity to come together and then let the process take its place. One thing I discovered in this process, and Chancellor Folt or Matt, we might want to speak to it. I mean, we actually penalize Carolina for early graduates, and I think it's about $4 million a year. And, I've talked to several governors about that, and even though that's a separate issue, that did weigh into my decision-making on this, and it's something that the chairman and I think President Spellings are going to look into. It's a point that's got great points on both sides of the coin.
Thank you, Frank.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is something that's been before this board for many years, and it's been discussed many times, and it's been defeated many times, and I do not think we should take the exception. I think it has to be handled the way it is set up to be, the 18%. There's a good reason for it to be there, and I just feel like we have to live with our laws.
Thank you, Frank. Marty?
As y'all have heard me say probably 1,000 times so far, it's our mission to educate the people of the state as free as practicable, not the people of other states. A big complaint I hear, and probably all of you hear, is that parents can't get their kids into Carolina. And if we're giving away a seat to an out-of-state student, that's one less seat for an in-state student. I know there's a lot of different variables that would affect that. We need an initiative to figure out why this is happening and how to help North Carolina students succeed. And in my mind, taking $1 million in funds that are excess tuition out there and using that, it would go to a fund for financial aid for North Carolina residents, I think is a great thing to do. And that's what I would suggest we do and not make an exception here.
Okay. Thank you, Marty. Champ?
Mr. Chairman, I voted in favor of the exception, and I will do that again today, although I do think that the point that was made by Mr. Souza and what Mr. Cotis had to say are both very relevant, are true. The reason I will vote for it is because it was a fairly small number and because it was an error in forecasting. Having said that, however, I will say to Chancellor Folt, 2 strikes. This is 2 years in a row that we've had this. I will not vote to accept Carolina again. You need to undershoot the mark next year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Doyle?
Mr. Chair, I agree with Mr. Sousa. I think that we have a issue here that needs further study. I think we need to be in compliance of our regulations and our policies. I fail to see the penalty. The tuition collected from these out-of-state students, I think, gets close, if not exceeds, the amount of the penalty.
It exceeds.
It exceeds the amount of the penalty. So I fail to see the penalty here. I think that we need to hold everyone accountable to our policies. And while I can't say that I'm in favor of the 18% cap, I do think that we ought to not accept this exception.
Thank you, Doyle. Joan?
Just a point of clarification is, where does the penalty money actually go? It goes into a fund for need-based financial aid?
It does.
At Chapel Hill or throughout the system?
No, it's a system-based.
System-based
It goes in, right, it goes into a
need-based
bucket for the entire system.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think Governor Mitchell's comments are right on target. The problem that we've got here is, we have a policy, and this is the second year in a row that the policy's been violated. I think that unless we stand firm on the policy, then we have no policy. And that's what we're supposed to, that's our job, is to institute policy and oversee it. So I think it's time to kind of draw a line in the sand on this issue. We've got a lot of HBCUs and others. We've talked about out-of-state tuition waivers and border tuition and things like that. We've not taken those things on, and I think we should stick to our guns on this.
Thank you, Henry.
Yeah, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Chairman, this
sorry.
is just an addition that we discovered yesterday in Budget and Finance. The chancellor told us that they did take the most North Carolina students they had ever taken. So despite the fact that they had an increase in their out-of-state students, they were not, vastly turning students away.
And, for me, strategically, part of it that we discussed yesterday in Budget and Finance, and it was a great discussion, and this is a great process. I think it's very healthy. I think Carolina, in talking to Carol, with all the challenges they've had during a very difficult period, I think there was some concern, and I talked to several of their Board of Trustees members with the fact that their out-of-state enrollment would be down based on, unfortunately, being in some national news. And so I think they took a approach to it with that assumption. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I think everybody's got really great points here, and I see them on both sides. So, that yielded into part of my decision-making, and having talked to why they did it. I think there was genuine concern based on some of the challenges they had that their out-of-state would be down, and so they overshot. But all great points.
Let me just say a couple of things. I think this cap issue is coming up more and more in our discussions, with the legislature. It's a very complex issue. One of the things that I didn't understand when I came on this board, I thought probably all of our institutions were at 18% out of state, but that's not the case. We have a very few that are at that level, and we have given a waiver to North Carolina A&T State University to allow them to bring in more out-of-state students, and we're talking about some other things related to some of our institutions that are on the borders of our state. So I think it's a complex issue that we need to look at on a campus by campus basis. Chapel Hill, as you know, they get, I don't know how many, they're at 18% every year. They get all kinds of applications from out of state, so they're always bumping up against this yield. So I will say that. I think President Spellings, I think this is a discussion that we need to have. I also understand, of course, that we have a rule, and we have a policy, and in my mind, we probably ought to stick by that policy in this instance. But I do think we need to look into that because it's an issue for our entire system. Any other discussion? Chancellor Folt, would you like to defend yourself here?
Completely agree with everyone. I do just really want to say one thing, though. We were in skyrocketing in applications. They've been going up every single year, 11th year, highest ever, 35,000 this year. We were in the midst of a time when we were trying to really figure out where do we sit. So this is a very honest, there's no intentionality, no one's trying to sneak in or do anything. And for the last 10 years, we've been absolutely at that target. And it is true, the decade-high level of North Carolinian students, had it gone up just a few more, the percents would have still been even. So statistics are inexact. There is variance around it. I think we probably could come up with a better calculating formula that allowed us to look at things at times of great change that were a bit different. But the good news is people really were sticking with the interest in Carolina, and that is good. But I do take very seriously all the limits and the rules of the board. So I want you to know that I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Chancellor. Greg?
Mr. Chairman, if what I'm reading is correct, Chapel Hill did have exceptions in 2010, 11, 2011, and 12. And so this isn't the first time that this has been an issue. And I'm not picking on Carolina. I'm saying that we have a problem, and we need to fix the problem of the cap. And I agree with you. Maybe there needs to be some modifications campus by campus. I don't know. But, we do have this rule, and I think we need to enforce it. And I would move that we...
Well, there's a motion already on the floor.
Good. Never mind then.
Okay. Yes, Marty.
I think one of the discussions we need to have in addition to the cap is the targeted percentage that each campus is seeking in out-of-state students. So if we know that they're trying to obtain, let's say, 18% and the cap is 18%, that could be a problem. If instead they're trying to obtain 14% and they hit a wild number and it skews up, that's a different type of penalty, I think. But I would love to see some additional information in the future on that. I think that would be helpful for us.
I'll make a comment, Mr. Chairman. You know, this goes back to a lot of the conversation we've been having on in border tuition and a bigger conversation, as Governor Gage and I have discussed many times, on not only cap rate, but, you know, out-of-state tuition. And I think it goes back to developing a strategic model for all 17, where we run all 17 in a single bucket. And I think we're finding out that's very difficult to do. And so I think this has actually been a great debate. And I can tell you I've gotten a tremendous amount of color from having a lot of conversations from different perspectives on it. But I do think it brings into play the fact of what a lot of conversation has been, in the fact that we need to develop independent strategies for each campus.
Thank you. I think Champ is next.
Chancellor Folk just reminded me that in the 2 preceding years, this is when Carolina's out-of-state tuition, we skyrocketed up. The Board of Governors did, which I'm glad we did. I think we should have. And frankly, if it were up to me, for the out-of-state folks, I would have done more. Now, as you all know, I've always voted against in-state tuition increases, but out-of-state, yes. So one of their thoughts at the time was that with these very large increases, their acceptance rates would fall. No surprise to me personally, perhaps because of my love of my alma mater. The acceptance rates went up instead of going down, but that was part of the miscalculation. I still say, though, Carol, enough. Undershoot. But I will vote for this exception because of those reasons, and I think it's a great discussion we've had. I think one of the things we know is one size doesn't fit all, and this is a highly complex issue, and we have to keep in mind, and Marty and I are going to completely agree on this one, we have to keep in mind our constitutional mandate to educate the young people of this state nearly as free as practicable. And if we don't, I will guarantee you the General Assembly of North Carolina will help remind us with a shot up the side of the head. Thank you.
Joe.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I just spoke to the Chancellor. I think the error was 63 students, which is not a lot when you're talking about thousands of people coming into an institution. And secondly, Carolina is one of our flagship institutions. We've been talking around this board about the problems the great university has been having retaining top-level scholars and professors, and to take $1 million from one of our top universities and divert it from its budget for what appears to be an innocent error in statistical forecasting, when that money could be used to help alleviate some of the pressure on our retention of faculty members. Punishment, in my view, should be for intentional wrongdoing, a mistake. And granted, I think if that continues as something that happens all the time, intention can be inferred. But in this case, I think with that small a number, the penalty would exceed the violation. So I would encourage us not to take the $1 million from the university at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. David?
I'm going to disagree with my colleague a little bit. First of all, I'm going to support this exception. But I don't think we need to be talking about whether it was 1 over or 100,000 students over. If we have a policy, to Craig's point, if we have a policy, we need to abide by it. So I think we need to, after this vote, however it turns out today, we do need to firmly establish what our policy is going to be on this matter and take a look. Is 18% the right number? Is it a system-wide cap? What is the right way to approach this? Draw that line and move on and stand by it. You know, violation of policy is violation of policy, whether it's 1 or 1,000. But I do think, I agree that this was an error. This was not a intent. And in this case, I am going to vote for this exception. But I don't want us to talk about degrees of compliance with the policy. If we have a policy, we comply with it, or we don't. And we go from there.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson.
I appreciate each of the points that's been made, and so I would like to offer a substitute motion, if that would be appropriate. Would it be appropriate to recommend a substitute motion?
Yes.
To make a substitute motion. So I would make a motion that the Board of Governors direct the president of the university to work with the chancellor at UNC Chapel Hill to ensure that this does not happen in the current year. And if it does, without another vote, there be a penalty of at least $1 million.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Well, I guess you need to get a second first if there's.
Yes, do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
A question, Mr. Chairman?
The question then would be, I think my interpretation is correct, that would also require a 2/3 vote on behalf of the board for her substitute motion to pass.
I think it would. I think it would.
It would.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I
Hang
have
on
a
second.
question.
My attorney is here. This could take a few minutes.
No, I have a question of Anna about what the content of the motion is.
Okay.
She's got a question. I've got a question about what the motion actually says. It's
Oh,
content.
okay, get that. We're going to treat this as an amendment to the
Yeah.
existing motions, but
So-
Champ has a question about exactly what you're.
Your motion did not expressly say that you would waive the currently proposed penalty and in lieu of that, have this discussion between the president and the chancellor, and then if it doesn't work right, the million. I'm just trying to get clear. Are you saying let's waive, let's accept the current penalty that's proposed and do the rubric that you propose in place of it?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, does everybody understand the motion?
Is it an amendment or a motion? Yes.
It's an amendment.
To the original
Amendment
motion.
To the motion.
It's a substitute.
No, it's an amendment. I'm told by my attorney it's an amendment.
So we're going to vote on the original motion as amended.
As amended, it will require a 2/3 vote. Okay,
Make sure everybody knows what we're voting on.
Maybe we should go over both
Yeah.
motions.
okay. The first motion, Chairman Smith, what was that?
Okay. Scott picked a good one to miss, didn't he? For years 2016 and 17 fiscal year, I move we suspend the policy and that the penalty for exceeding the 18% cap on non-resident freshman enrollment be waived at UNC Chapel Hill. That is the first motion.
That's the original motion. Now we have an amendment to that motion by Ms. Nelson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please.
So I make a motion that the Board of Governors direct the president of the university to work with the chancellor of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill to ensure that this violation does not happen again this year. And if it does, without another vote, there be an immediate penalty of, at the minimum, $1 million.
Craig's confused.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
hang on a second, Craig. Tom?
We had a
We had a second.
We have a second.
From Henry.
Henry, all right.
I just wanted to, point of order, I think that is a substantially different motion than the original motion, and I'm having a hard time justifying that as an amendment.
Well, you know,
It's in the chair's discretion.
I'm listening to my attorney back there. It's going to take, in order to pass that amendment, it's going to take a 2/3 vote.
I understand that.
Okay.
But the motion on the floor is as amended, so they are both together.
Yes, it is waiving the initial penalty and adding the provisions that Anna added.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't think the amendment is germane to the original motion. I don't think it's germane to the original motion.
Well, let's go to the Supreme Court on that and see what they want.
Craig, isn't it a waiver on the condition that it not be repeated? And if it is repeated, an immediate fine, it doesn't come back to the board? Is that not what the?
Well, the motion was to exempt.
The motion was
them.
to exempt.
That's correct.
So her amendment follows through with the exemption, However, they get with the president, and if at that point it happens again, there is an immediate fine, and it does not come back to this board. That's how, and the exemption would go through. That's your intent, right? Okay, I'm not a lawyer, so.
You know, I think, you know, Craig's position is that the waiver should not be granted, and a number of people have that same. So if there's a vote on this substitute or amended motion, if it does not gather a 2/3 majority, then we go back to the regular motion, we have another vote.
I think it is, Jermaine, and Craig, it is in the chair's decision, and then you can appeal it if you don't think he's right, and we can vote on it, but he's made his decision.
Steve, and let's try to move, I think we understand the ramifications of this vote, so let's try to move through if we can. We've got a lot to do.
My problem with the amended motion is from Ms. Nelson is that basically it waives the penalty for this year, but says if you do it next year, then we enforce the policy next year.
That's correct.
And to Mr. Knott's point, the policy is what the policy is, and whether it's intentional or not is not relevant. You could adopt a policy that says if you intentionally overstate the 18%, then there's a penalty. And I don't think anybody ever thought that it was ever going to be done intentionally. So I don't really think that's relevant. I think it's a great problem to have. They overshot it. I don't think that was done intentionally, but I do think Mr. Souza has a good point in that if we have a policy, we ought to enforce the policy, because in the real world, when you get down beyond procedure, parents are concerned about the accessibility of NC State, Carolina, East Carolina, all of our schools, and there is a policy reason for having the 18% cap. And if they're going to have a cap, whatever number it is, and the Board of Governors constantly equivocates on the enforcement of the policy, then you have no policy. So for that reason, I will vote to not waive.
I think it's all great points. I mean, you know, we do have the ability to override policy, which is what we're talking about doing, and I understand it. I think it's kind of like getting pulled by a state trooper. I'm sure if Mr. Souza gets pulled on the way home this afternoon, he'll hope that trooper uses his judgment and not writing that state maintained ticket. So I think it goes back. But you know, I think there's been great points on both sides.
All right, David is next.
I'm going to oppose the amendment because if I have sized up our new president correctly, I really don't believe we need to pass a resolution to encourage her to work with the chancellor to make sure this doesn't happen again. I firmly believe those discussions will be held absent a resolution, and I don't think we need to take that step. If we're going to vote for an exemption, we vote for an exemption, we move on, and they make sure it doesn't happen again. I don't think we need a resolution to compel that.
Thank you, David. I've got Marty, and then Joan is going to have the last word.
I think it's important for us to understand the math here, which is 63 students at $32,000 out-of-state tuition. They collected $2 million. This is giving $1 million of that back. If it had been in-state, they would have only gotten $500,000. So there's a financial incentive here to go over the cap. And it's not really a penalty, it's just giving back a portion of those funds. So I don't feel like this is a penalty. In fact, they're actually $500,000 to the good, even with the penalty.
You're absolutely right on the numbers. Only thing I would tell you from my perception, Marty, is I don't think they did it from an incentivization standpoint. I think it was. I don't think anybody at Carolina, and look, I think this is a great debate, but I don't think anybody at Carolina said, let's take on 64 more kids so we can get another $500,000. And Matt, if I'm wrong about that, stand up. But you know, I've talked to several of their board of trustees. I think it was, as Joe Knott has said, it's a small number of kids in a big university. I think it was an honest mistake. I think they pushed the cap, as I would. I mean, I'd want to get 18%. I get it. But I don't think it was intentional for financial. That's my opinion. So.
You'll like my comment. I'd like to call the question.
Thank you, Joan.
Okay, this is the vote on Anna Nelson's amendment.
Mr. Chairman, you have to vote on the call of the question.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
No.
Wait a minute, no.
I gotta have Sousa up here so he can advise me of my legal duties.
Vote on the amendment.
You have to vote on
No, well,
it.
he thinks we need to vote on the question. I don't think we need to vote on the question. We're just gonna go ahead and vote. So we're gonna vote on the amendment.
You need to vote and call the question.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you ask if there's an objection first.
Are there any objections to voting on this amendment?
No.
Thank you. Okay. All in favor of Anna Nelson's amendment, raise their hand. All opposed? Motion fails. Okay, now we're going to have a vote on the waiver. All in favor of the waiver, indicate by raising your hand. All opposed? Okay, thank you. I think we had a great discussion. Carol, we really appreciate what you're doing over there, and we're going to be examining this cap as it pertains to you and our other individual campuses. So thank you for what you're doing, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way. I think a lot of us, we have a policy, and I think most of us felt like we should abide by that policy.
I know this was a conversation about principle, and I completely understand it and respect it, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
I do think that's what it was. I mean, I talked to a lot of governors, and to Craig's point this morning, he and I had a great conversation, and as well as Anna and Joan and several others. I mean, it was strictly the policy point, which I understand and respect.
Mr. Smith, do you have anything for us?
I got 4 sentences I'm supposed to read, man.
Good.
Good Lord. Welcome to Budget and Finance. In addition to the action items, the committee had a discussion of the 2016-17 budget priorities. The UNC system debt affordability study and an update on the review of proposed new self-liquidating projects. All these items will be coming back to the board in April. Thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I think I can say thank you. Ms. Nelson, report of the Committee on Educational Planning.
Mr. Chairman, there are 2 action items to report from the Ed Planning Committee, the first of which is the North Carolina Gap Report. The legislature has directed the Board of Governors and the State Board of Community Colleges to report our findings on the impact of a North Carolina Guaranteed Admissions Program, NC GAP. The statute directing this study states that NC GAP seeks to achieve a more efficient and effective pathway to a bachelor's degree for college-bound students who meet UNC minimum admission requirements but are on the lower end of GPA and high school performance. The committee had a very full discussion on this topic, including a number of questions and concerns regarding possible implementation scenarios. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Committee of Ed Planning, I submit the NC GAP report for acceptance and timely submission to the Joint Legislative Education Oversight Committee.
Thank you very much. You've heard the committee's recommendation. Is there any discussion? I hate to ask that question. Go ahead, Marty. Go ahead.
I appreciate the hard work that's been put into this report and the objective of it. I think we have a clear mandate from the legislature that this is law, and we're supposed to kind of identify the obstacles and address them. But the report mentions that it's unclear whether the students that started as community college at a community college in the 2009 cohort, kind of the primary part of this, it says we might not have as many graduates, had the same commitment to completing a baccalaureate degree as those who would have participated in NC GAP. So we don't know what would have happened, but we can look at C-STEP at Carolina, a great success, with 44% acceptance and 80+ % graduation rate, which points to some success. The UNC data also shows that community college transfers with a GPA of 2.5 to 2.7 have a 6-year graduation rate of 67%, which is impressive. The cost savings that are mentioned in the report fail to factor in fees or room and board, which other studies cover. That could understate the savings by $22,000 to $32,000 for the student, which is a chunk and could impact decisions being made about this. Other studies point more to restrictive credit transfer policies as a reason for the gap in BA attainment. And I think we've addressed that with the articulation agreement, but the study group did not have the benefit of the articulation agreement being in place, and this has occurred. So I think we need to identify the challenges and solve them. I think that the concept of NC Gap is a good one, and I would ask, I know probably the ship has sailed, but I think there's another approach to the report which would identify the problems, identify the resources required to accomplish what we've been tasked to do, and ask for that rather than asking for a delay.
Thank you very much. Let me just say one thing. This is to accept the report. This same report is going to be presented to the Board of the North Carolina Community College System
In 2 weeks.
in 2 weeks. And they're going to be asked to accept the report. So we're not, we're not approving every word of the report. We're saying we accept the report that has been given to us. Champ.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Codis and I usually think pretty much alike, although sometimes we vote differently because we weigh the factors differently. I couldn't disagree with him more on this one. I think NC Gap is an extraordinarily well-intentioned effort to address a very real problem. It's why I have consistently voted against tuition increases and a lot of fee increases. However, it does not work, and it will not work. What we're going to do is we're going to tell people, you don't get to make a choice. We're going to tell you what to do. And what a lot of them are going to say is, you know where you can go. I make choices. I'll go to some other school. If you apply this evenly at all universities, you're going to take Carolina and State, ECU, and some of our other outstanding institutions that have very high cutoff levels and say these people who are clearly college material and will never agree to go to a community college have to go or they can't come here. You can wave them goodbye. This program will not work. It was not thought through with consultation with people who understand how the admissions system and the progression system in the universities work. To a large extent, that is our fault because we have not had the kind of communications with the General Assembly in an ordered and positive manner that cause them to call us before they do something like this. I have every belief that President Spellings is going to address that issue and fix it. But I was going to save these comments until we got to the public affairs part. I hope that by our next meeting, our issues for the legislature as they came out of public affairs will have this added as one of our key issues because this is going to gut some of our HBCUs if we apply it on a system-wide rather than campus-by-campus basis. If we apply it campus by campus, it's going to throw out some of the best kids we could have who we want to keep in this state. It is a very well-intentioned effort to address a very real problem, but it's the wrong way to go about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Well said. Laura Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree that this was a seeking for an answer to a problem, and I don't think NC Gap was the correct answer. Our newest chancellor, Chancellor Conway, I think said it best, and I actually copied his words down because I think he captured it. There may be some who do not belong in college, but none of us are good enough to figure out who they are before they perform. You said it all right there.
Thank you, Laura. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes, Tom.
I do think the General Assembly has addressed real concerns. Hearing Zach's remarks this morning about a fellow student who committed suicide because of concerns about debt. And I do know the driving force behind Senator Curtis and this whole idea of NC Gap was a number of students that are chosen, and I would disagree with Laura and the Chancellor. We do tell people whether or not they have what it takes to come to our university system. And the fact that we have in some of our universities, in a number of them, very, very long times to graduation and very low success rates. And the attempt by the General Assembly to address those concerns by instituting NC GAP and seeing to it that students who come to our universities are prepared. And if they have to go to community college for a couple of years to get in, and will be much more successful, about 75%, if I remember the studies that were presented to the General Assembly as far as that was passed. I understand their concerns. And if we're going to oppose NC GAP, this board, any of its members, you need to have some answers for the General Assembly. How are we going to improve the quality of the studies we do to let students in? How are we going to see to it that the graduation rates are higher? How are we going to see to it that students don't fail out of our system, go home as failures, and owe a whole lot of money for the rest of their lives, potentially, and are debt slaves to the system? So if we are going to do anything in this regard, we have got to make sure that the people of North Carolina are receiving a good return on their investment, that the students are served, that we don't accept children, young adults into our system only to fail, knowing we're letting them in, and a large majority will fail because we are not using the appropriate metrics and standards to let people in. And the whole idea behind NC GAP, I think, is a very credible idea and a very good one by people who really care. And so if we're going to do anything, we need to come up with a better answer. Our answer cannot be, let us keep doing what we're doing, because it's not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Any other discussion before we vote on this motion to accept the report? That's what the vote is. That's what the vote will do. All right. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, I believe the ayes have it. The report is accepted. Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
The Ed Planning Committee also heard a presentation from an exceptional Fayetteville State University student, Kimberly West, as well as her professor, Dr. Nagdas. We received an advising committee update from Dr. Joan Perry and a UNC community engagement report from Leslie Boney. One last item is an amendment to the UNC admission policy. In 2015, the General Assembly passed a law requiring the UNC Board of Governors to adopt a policy to require each constituent institution to offer to any student who graduated from a cooperative innovative high school program with an associate degree and who applies for admission to the constituent institution, we are required to give them the option of being considered for admission as a freshman or as a transfer student. The policy revisions will require all institutions to allow the student to choose which option they prefer and ensure all campuses follow a consistent and transparent process for admissions evaluation. The Ed Planning Committee approved the BOG Policy 700.1.1 minimum requirements for first-time undergraduate admissions minimum course requirements be amended. This proposed policy will be on the consent agenda at our next Board of Governors meeting.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our report.
Thank you, Anna. Next, I'll call on Mrs. McNeil for the report of the Committee on University Governance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Committee on University Governance has one item for a vote and a request for volunteers. In addition, the committee held a discussion on the need to evaluate some of our recently revised policy, including the new policy on the chancellor search process. And I'd like to take a moment to thank Mr. Henry Hinton, who is our test case for the first one to operate under that policy, where we have a Board of Governors member who is a liaison to the search committee. I think we all know that's a tremendous commitment of time and effort. So, Henry, I want to thank you for that. You've really given a lot to the committee, and they appreciate it. And at the end of their process, we will be taking a look at their experience and developing some guidelines to go along with that policy. We also want to take a look and evaluate at the changes to the presidential search policy and to give some consideration to some suggestions of reviewing the board election policy. As As to our item for a vote, there is a term ending on February 28th, 2021 on the Vidant Medical Center Board of Trustees. Mr. Robert J. Gretchen Jr. was appointed to the Vidant Medical Center Board of Trustees in March 2012 to fill the unexpired term of Janice Faulkner. This term has been completed. Mr. Robert J. Gretchen has been recommended for reappointment for a full term. On behalf of the Committee on University Governance, I recommend the appointment of Mr. Robert J. Gretchen, Jr. for a 5-year term. The letter of recommendation is in your folder.
Thank you. You've heard the committee's recommendation. Any discussion? Not, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. In your folders, you will also find the campus graduation schedules. We need to hear from you. Please let us know if you are available to bring greetings on behalf of the Board of Governors, and this will include the presentation of the Teaching Award. I think all of us here know that that experience of being on that stage during graduation reconfirms our commitment of why we do this. It's a wonderful experience, so I encourage all of you, please sign up. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the committee's report.
Thank you very much, Mr. McNeil. Now call on Mr. Powers for the report on the Committee on Public Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, the Public Affairs Committee met to discuss a number of items, had a very full agenda. 2 of the items are going to require a vote from this body. First, Vice President Kimberly Reinhart walked through the 2015-16 University of North Carolina federal agenda. We've added several new board members since the agenda was approved. It's a 2-year agenda cycle. So she brought the new members up to speed. She discussed a number of areas of focus, including budget entitlement reform, the Higher Ed Act reauthorization, support for continued federal funding of research, support for Title III funding, which impacts our HBCUs, and protection from federal regulations that increase the cost of doing business. After that report, Vice President of State Government Affairs, Drew Moretz, presented the draft University of North Carolina Board of Governors policy agenda. For those who serve on the committee, there are no surprise additions. We have white papers highlighting the issues in Board Vantage, but the proposals will include eliminating the private fundraising cap, which would ensure conforming language with the budget coming out of Budget and Finance. Second point, allow the recently increased carry-forward authority to continue to allow campuses to showcase the positive impacts of this policy. Third point, to eliminate the requirements of funding advanced planning on capital projects before approaching the legislature. And the fourth point, to find a permanent fix to a pension issue we've been working on for several years, which allows us to retain key leaders throughout the system. A long-term solution to the Qualified Excess Benefit Arrangement, or CUBA fix, was crafted at the end of last session, but a short-term extension was what was included in the final budget bill. UNC staff will work with the legislature to implement this long-term fix. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Public Affairs Committee, I move approval for the University of North Carolina Board of Governors policy agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers. You've heard the committee's recommendation. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Jim.
I would just, so I'm going to vote for this. I mean, these are all important agenda initiatives, but I would just reiterate that I hope before our next meeting, the committee will look at and add to our priorities doing something about NC Gap, and I agree completely with Mr. Goolsbee. We cannot say we don't, please put this off, it's going to be destructive, without saying to the legislature, you are absolutely right, we have a problem, and offering solutions to them. That is absolutely essential to do. But I still would ask that the committee look and bring back to us a recommendation whether NC Gap ought to be high on our legislative priorities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any other discussion?
And Mr. Chairman, we are continuing to have discussions. Drew is on this every day. We're continuing to have discussions with key legislators on the effects of NC Gap. So.
Thank you. Yes, Marty.
My only concern about the legislative agenda is, again, this kind of mingling of money out there. And we all know that when general funds come in, it typically is at the expense of something else. If we ask for money for one thing, it might come out of another bucket. So for me, the idea of using gifts to pay for development services makes sense over a certain cap. And non-general funds for advanced planning, again, could come from gifts as well. So for that reason, I'm concerned about those two items.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
We normally, in our public affairs meetings, we've had a practice of having legislative guests who will talk to us and have some question and answer. With a very full and busy agenda yesterday, we did not have time for that, but I do want to recognize, I'm not sure if he's still here, we did have Representative John Fraley join us yesterday, the FCS representative. Thank you again. Representative Fraley has been getting increasingly involved in education issues in the House, and I commend him very strongly for coming and joining us and sitting and learning about what we're talking about. So thank you, and come back anytime, please. We were also very pleased to have our very own Dr. Joan Perry to give an update on the Connect NC bond referendum. Dr. Perry highlighted the great work of the chancellors and the communications team across the system in getting the word out about the positive impacts of the bond proposal that's on the ballot on March 15th. The presentation included a collage of various materials put together by the campuses in support of the bond. Dr. Perry also recognized the campaign team who are managing the effort, who joined us, who provided stickers and informational palm cards for us to use in discussing the bond as we're out. She then introduced a resolution to our board to support the referendum, which carried in the committee, and I bring before you today. A copy of this resolution, entitled Resolution in Support of the $2 billion Connect NC Bond for Education, Agriculture, Parks, Water and Sewer, and Security, is in your packets. Mr. Chairman, we recommend to the board the passage of the resolution endorsing the Connect NC bond campaign.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. You've heard the recommendation of the committee. Any discussion? Yes, Zach.
So I know, just speaking for student leaders, I mean, we are absolutely in support of this unanimously, this bond proposal. So we've been really trying, and I really applaud the student body presidents here, the 10 or 11, for the efforts they've done on their campuses in regard to this. We do plan on emailing instructions. We have, for the most part, the ability to impact or to email our full student bodies. So we do plan on doing that in addition to other efforts. But yes, we were completely in support of this program. Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Zach. I would just say, the university system has a lot of different constituencies. We have a lot of different views, but this is one issue that we can all agree upon, and we need to make sure that this referendum passes on March 15th. So, Zach, I understand what all the students have been doing at a lot of the campuses, and we really appreciate your efforts as well as the efforts of Dr. Perry and everybody on this board, and hopefully everybody in this room, to be sure that this very important referendum passes. So, thank you. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That was nobody at the table. So let's go. So we have a unanimous resolution. Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Two more quick points. I do want to thank Zach for recognizing his colleagues. Thank you for coming today. We really appreciate your leadership on your campuses, and I know from a public affairs standpoint, your voice is great to add to ours and all of the voices throughout the university to amplify our message. So we really appreciate having you all here today, and I've gotten to talk to a few of you, and I apologize if I hadn't gotten to all of you, but thank you so much for being here today. And the other thing I want to do, now that we have an official resolution in support of the Connect NC bond, I want to encourage everybody, every member of the Board of Governors, every chancellor, every staff person here, every student here, every interested onlooker, anybody else that may be here for whatever reason you're here, this is one of the most important elections we've faced in a long, long time. This is a very key issue for the future health and growth of our university. With the changing world in STEM education today, so much of this is focused on STEM education. And, we're in a 21st century world, and we've got some 19th century facilities on some of our campuses in the science area. So we vitally need to make improvements in this area. So this bond will address a lot of that. Take your family members, go to the nursing home and pick up your elderly aunt, drive her to the polls, go to your friend's house, knock on the door, get them out to vote. Whatever you do, do not take for granted, oh, this is such a great deal, of course it'll pass. You always got to run an election like you're losing. Get out there, work hard, get people to the polls, encourage your friends to vote. It's vital, absolutely vital that this passes. We are an organization with almost 225,000 students. You add up faculty and staff, you're probably getting close to 300,000 people. Add the family members that affects. The university system just in any given year touches at least 1 million people in the state easily. They all should be out and vote and supporting this. Thank you so much for your support of it. Please, 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 March 15th, get out and vote.
You can vote now. Early voting has started.
Early voting has already started. Early voting has already started. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report on the Committee on Public Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers.
Mr. Chairman, could we have
report.
the student body president stand?
Well, we're gonna recognize them in just a little bit. We got a lot planned for them. We may ask them to sing.
You don't want to hear that.
So I don't want to get to that prematurely.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr.
While
Gould.
we're on public affairs, I wanted to just, because I think this deals in that area, very much appreciate your efforts to see to it that our meetings are televised, recorded, put out. I would just also like to encourage the chair in the near future. I don't know that we are, and maybe we are, recording and putting up our committee meetings. But I think that would be very helpful, particularly for those of us who have meetings that conflict, which a lot of us do, so that we can go back later and hear exactly what went on, perhaps even the night after the meetings before we come in here the next morning, along with the public, directing staff, GA staff, to record those and have them put up on the internet. When I served in the Senate, I really pushed to see to it that the committees that I ran did that. And I felt like not only from the public relations standpoint and letting people hear it, but also the members that weren't able to attend, it was extremely helpful. And that it be timely put up. I mean, within hours after the meetings take place. I would very much like the ability at night on Thursday nights to listen to those meetings I didn't get to go to, and then be prepared when I come in Friday morning. So I would just encourage the chair, like you've done with this meeting, to see to it that subcommittee meetings are available for us, the legislature, and the public.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goolsbee. That's a good point. You know, it's hard to, you don't really get a flavor of the issue unless you've experienced what took place in the committee a lot of times. Now, I don't know technically what we'll have to deal with to do that, but I can assure you the president's writing it down right now, so we'll do that. Okay, Mr. Long, report of the Committee on Military Affairs, and this is a very appropriate place for this report.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. I want to first thank a member of our committee, Chancellor Anderson. Where is he? Where's Chancellor Anderson? For his hospitality this week, and especially last night. We saw his man cave, had a great time at his house, and thank you very much, Chancellor. This university is very fortunate to have someone like him. Yesterday, the Special Committee on Military Affairs had yet another meeting at which we learned of advances in increasing access for military-affiliated students. Vice President Kimry Reinhardt announced that the Marine Corps base at Camp Lejeune, New River, has approved UNC Chapel Hill's UNC Core program, which, as you know, is a SACS-accredited distance learning general education certificate program. And it has been approved for military tuition assistance. And this means that
that Marines at Camp Lejeune, New River, may receive military assistance when obtaining general education credits through UNC Corps. This accomplishment represents an important step in furthering our engagement with the military community, which is part of our strategic plan. That is an important relationship to develop. The system's veteran and active duty students are some of its best, and we have here in North Carolina over 114,000 military personnel, which is a number that is the fourth largest in the country of all other states. We congratulate Chancellor Folt, the Board of Trustees in Chapel Hill, the Director of the Friday Center, Rob Bruce, the Director of Military Education, Anne Marie Bell, here on General Administration staff, and the UNC Chapel Hill Department of Arts and Sciences, which approved the certificate program initially, and others who have made this fantastic accomplishment possible. As you know, success has 1,000 mothers, and there's quite a few people who can claim that role with this program. It's been a great program. At our meeting yesterday also, Dr. Joe Westcott, Executive Director of the North Carolina State Approving Agency, addressed the committee. And if you don't know, the State Approving Agency is the state agency that determines which educational programs may be paid for with VA educational benefits. And Dr. Westcott reported that UNC Corps is in the final stages of receiving approval for VA benefits, and that should be finalized within 60 days. And so we're certainly looking forward to bringing you even more good news on university access to military students. Vice President Kerry Dixon also updated the committee on a request from the Marine Corps Special Operations Command, also known as MARSOC, to develop a special track within existing master's programs that Marines could complete for the purposes of promotion. The military, as you may have heard, is tying promotion through the ranks to civilian education. So, for example, in order to achieve the rank of lieutenant colonel, a person must have achieved a master's degree, and the military is looking for universities to partner with them in providing that educational need. The General Administration has asked all interested campuses to submit proposals by March 31, and General Administration staff will review those proposals and submit 5 of them, or up to 5, to MARSOC, which will select the programs as it sees fit. And finally, the committee, Kimry Reinhart, reported on the initiative to bring veteran students from across campuses together for networking purposes, to share experiences, etc. And later this month, the first meeting of the UNC System Student Veterans Council will take place in Chapel Hill. And through this council, we can gain insights on how we can better enable the support of our student veterans. That insight is invaluable, as these students often have different needs than typical undergraduates. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I conclude my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long. This time I would recognize Mr. Sawasi for the report of the Committee on Personnel and Tenure.
Thank you and good morning. Chairman Bissett and the Board of Governors members, during the meeting yesterday, the Personnel and Tenure Committee received brief updates from both Academic Affairs and Human Resources. In particular, Mr. Brody noted that a summary report on the fiscal year's annual raise process implemented in December will be provided to the committee at the April meeting. This report will summarize salary increases for the constituent institutions and for the system as a whole, including the number of increases, the average percentage increase, and the average dollar amount. The committee endorsed a proposed resolution that returns us to an existing policy for proposed salary actions. These thresholds currently, and have been for many years, outlined in sections 200.6 and 600.3.4 of the UNC Policy Manual. However, the Appropriations Acts that were in effect from 2011 to 2015 required the Board of Governors to review and pre-authorize proposed salary adjustments of 10% and or $10,000 or more in a fiscal year for university employees exempt from the State Human Resources Act. The 2015 Appropriations Act removed this requirement. Therefore, it is appropriate to return to the delegations already outlined in the UNC Policy Manual. This resolution also directs the President to study appropriate policy changes with respect to appropriate further delegations of authority consistent with the resolution and to bring recommended changes back to the Board of Governors for consideration in the future. This resolution has been provided in your materials for today. At this time, on behalf of the Committee of Personnel and Tenure, I move that the Board of Governors approve this resolution.
Thank you, GA. You've heard the committee's recommendation. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
The committee also unanimously endorsed a proposed resolution that would delegate additional executive and administrative authority to the President, both to establish and set compensation ranges for SAAO Tier 1 positions within general administration in consultation with the Committee on Personnel and Tenure, and consistent with existing practice. Also to establish the staff organizations within the UNC General Administration. This authority is important for the President to be able to act promptly in assuring that UNC General Administration is organized to properly serve our students, our constituent institutions, and the work on behalf of the Board. This additional authority delegated by this resolution will allow her to efficiently respond to the recommendations in the upcoming report from Boston Consulting Group. This resolution has been provided in your blue folder for today, and at this time, on behalf of the Committee on Personnel and Tenure, I move that the Board approve this resolution.
Thank you, GA. You've heard the committee's recommendation. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Long reported to the committee that the work of Mr. Brody and Dr. Gonzalez around the study of faculty compensation is ongoing. Faculty market salaries can be challenging to quantify given the large number of disciplines and the fact that not all data sources account for every faculty discipline, and that not all peer institutions, including some UNC institutions, choose to participate in every salary survey. This will be an incremental effort in conducting this work and bringing forward faculty salary analysis to the Committee of Personnel and Tenure. The committee then received an informational report on personnel actions delegated to the President. Thank you, Chairman Bissett, and this concludes my remarks. I would now like to call on President Spellings to provide an update on the organizational assessment currently being conducted by the Boston Consulting Group. Thank you.
Thank you, GA.
Thank you, GA, and thank you for your support of those resolutions. As you all know, I asked Boston Consulting Group to conduct an organizational assessment of the UNC General Administration with the input from the Board of Governors and many, many stakeholders throughout this university community and throughout the state. I asked Jay Puckett to provide you an update on their work during our retreat in Greensboro a few weeks ago. Since that time, they have continued their work and have developed some initial recommendations. Today, I've asked Jay to share those initial recommendations with you and to provide an update on their progress since our last meeting. I expect to receive BCG's final report soon. Once I receive it, I will consider their recommendations, including their recommendation for the appropriate organizational structures for the UNC General Administration. I'll then be prepared to act to align and organize the team at GA to best meet our strategic goals. The resolution that you've adopted today is an important part of making sure that I can make appropriate and timely decisions to organize our team in a way that supports you, our institutions, its students, and the work we will do on their behalf. I'd now like to call on Jay Puckett from BCG for his report.
Thank you, President Spellings. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. As a start, let me just make sure that there were some pages that I'm going to be referencing. Did those get passed around? Yes.
They did.
Okay. So let me just start by reminding everyone of the project objectives that we've been tackling over the last weeks. There are 3 listed on page 1. First, to assess how effectively the General Administration is supporting its legislative mandate, the strategic priorities, and the needs of the institutions. So that's the first objective. The second was to clarify the roles of General Administration, the Board of Governors, and then the institutional leadership, which includes also the boards of trustees. And then thirdly, to determine a set of specific actions that would improve the effectiveness of the organization and the efficiency of General Administration in supporting the priorities of the system. So those are the primary objectives. As a review of the inputs that went into this, I'm going to reference page 2. As President Spellings mentioned, there has been a lot of work, and we appreciate the opportunity to meet with many of you, in fact, all of you, as a part of this work. We conducted 150 interviews. We met with each of the leadership teams of the individual institutions, with the chancellors, the heads of finance and administration, and the provosts. We also met with each member of the Board of Governors, other leaders across the state, and actually physically went to every institution as a part of the due diligence. We also spent time at the General Administration office gathering information via surveys and meetings. We received surveys back from 100 of the 270 GA employees, and we did a time allocation study so that we could understand how the General Administration employees spend their time today. And then we also did selected benchmarking of other institutions across the country as it related to some of the key questions that we were reviewing. Once we gathered all that information, we then assembled and synthesized that and have developed a set of recommendations which I'd like to share with you today. As President Spellings mentioned, our report is not final at this point. We'll be finalizing it over the next couple of weeks and presenting that to her as soon as it is finalized. But we do have the recommendations that will be the core element of that we can share with you today. On page 4, this simple table forms the basis of some of our recommendations. We divided the activities of General Administration into 30 categories. And again, there are about 270 employees in General Administration. Those 4 categories are activities that are required either by law or by policy. Examples of that would be that you have to pull together a budget, you have to set tuition, fees, and financial aid. You know, those would be examples of things that are required by law or policy. The second category are things that would be priority areas for the General Administration to be distinctive in terms of what it offers. And this was based on a lot of input from the interviews and from the surveys. But it's principally focused on a set of priority areas that you articulated, and I'll share those with you again here in a second. In fact, let me reference on page 3 those themes which emerged, from the conversation. There were 5 themes that emerged from the work that we did. The first was access, and many of the interviewees were keen to point out the constitutional mandate that really requires you to provide an educational opportunity for the citizens of the state. And like that, the affordability and the efficiency was a key priority that was also highlighted by many of those interviewed. The third priority that was highlighted was student success, and the priority that you want to place on ensuring that all the students that start their education have a chance to finish that and finish it well. Fourthly, that this is recognized as a crown jewel for the state and a system that can drive great economic impact in the state, and that's an important priority. And then lastly, that every institution is not made from the same mold, that this is a system that's made up of a set of excellent and diverse institutions, and that needs to be preserved and strengthened. And so those were the 5 priorities that were highlighted as a part of this work. And so when we return back to page 4, and as we thought about the areas that general administration should really lean in, these were the sorts of areas that were highlighted as a part of those activities, the things that would drive access, things that would drive affordability, things that would drive student success and excellence at an institution level. There are also the third column on page 4 represents an additional set of valuable activities that you'd like to resource, all of them, if you had the resources to do it. But if you run short of resources, then this is the place where you would prioritize and have to cut back on certain things. And then the fourth column are a set of activities that we identified that were actually happening at the general administration, but in many cases, the bulk of the high-value activity happens at an institutional level. It's actually work that's happening in 2 places in many cases. Now, there is some coordinating activity, but in this case, we felt that there was an opportunity to empower the institutions. This is not to say that any of the items that are listed underneath there are not of critical importance, just where the activity should take place. And so let me turn to the preliminary recommendations that we've developed, and they're listed on page 5. These recommendations fall into 4 categories. The first is strategic focus. The second category, clarifying the roles of various actors in the system. The third category are a set of areas for the general administration to lean in and improve its organizational design and focus. And then lastly, a set of enablers that would help all of this to be pulled off. So let me start at the top, again on page 5, the strategic focus. We are recommending that you align on a set of strategic priorities, the 5 that I just went through. As we discussed when we were together at the board retreat, there was a strategic planning process that occurred at a system level. The recommendations that were put forward in that are not inconsistent in any way with these priorities, but there was a view that there was a lot of detail in those, and in many cases things that had been underfunded. And so it's our recommendation that you adopt these 5 areas of strategic focus and that you align activities of the general administration behind these priority areas. Under role clarity, as we discussed in the board retreat, many people, when we interviewed them, told us that people understand intellectually what their roles should be as a board of governors, as a general administration, as campus leadership, but that they don't always honor those, and that there are a number of reasons. Some were tied to mistrust. Some were tied to a feeling that things weren't getting done well and they needed to get in there and do it themselves. but that there was not always honoring of the roles that people even articulated that they ought to honor. And so the next recommendation, and we will have in our report a specific articulation of the proposed roles, which draw upon the foundational documents, in your state. It's not us creating things from scratch. It's just laying out what the foundational documents say. But to clarify and honor those roles for the Board of Governors, for the President and General Administration, and for the institutions, the boards of trustees, and the affiliates. And that if everybody works together and stays in their swim lanes, you're going to do a lot more as a system. The next recommendation is one that President Spellings referenced actually in her earlier remarks, and that is that you have a great team of chancellors. And every place we went, people spoke to the quality of the chancellors. And yet many people also said that they don't feel a part of the team of the president, and that they're an under-leveraged resource. And a second order effect of that is that there's a lot of talent on the institutions that the chancellors can draw upon to help with the critical priorities for the system, and that they're under-leveraged as well. And so the recommendation here is not to try to get all the things that you do at a system level, just in the system office, but rather recognize how deep the talent pool is across your institutions, and ensure the chancellor talent is fully leveraged as part of the president's team. The next recommendation is to focus general administration on roles that support the system's strategic priorities. Lean in on fewer things, but do them very well. I'm now going to turn to a set of recommendations, 9 recommendations that are focused on organizational design and focus. And the first recommendation is that we heard from many people that communications is not at the level that it needs to be across the state, that people don't understand all the value and impact that the system already has. And so the recommendation is to elevate and expand external affairs to provide a powerful voice for the system, to tell the story of what you do well, and to tell the story of what you need to do your job. The next recommendation is to create a new unit that would report to the president, that's a lean unit focused on strategy and policy, that can uphold these 5 strategic priority areas that I've mentioned. The next recommendation is that we have not seen the linkage between finance and budget and strategy and policy that would benefit the system to have. And so we're recommending strengthening the linkage between finance and budget and strategy and policy. And the whole idea there is that if you're joined at the hip, between those 2 areas, that you're going to be allocating resources in a more strategic fashion. The next recommendation is focused on academic affairs. The observation is that the supply lines are pretty thin, given the number of things that academic affairs is trying to do. And there wasn't, criticism per se, of the things that are on the list. Everybody could defend everything that's on the list. The idea is that if you spread your supply lines too thin, you don't get anything done to the level of excellence that you'd like to. And so this is simply a matter of focusing on a shorter list of things and making sure that they're the highest priority things and that you resource them fully to get them done with excellence. And we've already been iterating a lot with Junius Gonzalez on that item. On number 9 is to institute a holistic approach to performance management at both an institutional and system level. There's no comprehensive performance management lens today that actually looks at what should be measured in common across the institutions and what should be measured uniquely for each institution. And how are you going to hold yourselves to account, and how are you going to, as a board and a president, hold the institutions to account for the things that they believe are critical for their institution to accomplish and you believe are critical for that institution to accomplish. The next one is to align and strengthen data and analytics. So if you have a performance management system, you need strong data and analytics that underpin that so that you can make sure that you're reporting with fidelity on the metrics that you select. And that needs to support academic affairs, strategy and policy, performance management, and operations. Number 11, to integrate and strengthen enterprise risk management, compliance, and legal affairs. Today, those are not as coordinated functionally as we think is in the best interest of the system, and so we're recommending consolidating those under a single umbrella. Number 12, I mentioned to you last time when we were together that we heard from a number of people that many folks at GA don't have institutional experience, and that it's sometimes hard to get people to want to go work at GA. You know, this is going to stand as a barrier to getting some of the things done that you want to get done if you don't address that. And so we're recommending that you raise the attractiveness, the retention, and the development of leaders as a higher priority in the way that you think about talent rotation and in the way that you think about staffing these roles. And then lastly, in terms of organizational design recommendations, we're recommending a much narrower focus of the chief of staff role. That had been a fairly broadly defined role in the past, and we're recommending that that's more of a coordination role for the benefit of the president, more of a classic chief of staff job. And then there are a couple of enablers. You know, one is just an appeal, I would say a system-wide appeal to you know, that when we went and talked to the institutions, when we talked to people at general administration, you know, we heard from a lot of people that there's a lot of ad hoc and non-disciplined requests for information, and that there are a lot of reports that exist and are recurring reports, but that they're low value, and that it hasn't really been looked at with a hard lens to say, do we really need to do these things? And so, you know, there's a recommendation that you should go through and rationalize those recurring reports and eliminate those that don't have value, because these take a lot of time from the institutions to comply with the requests, and they also, you know, don't add that much value to the decision making of the board sometimes. And so the question is, you know, which of those really add value and which ones don't, and take a hard look at that. And then lastly, to create an environment that supports the overall success of the system. You know, there were some cultural issues that we talked about before, but I think our team all felt like the intentions of everybody were very good, but that there had built up, for a variety of reasons, some mistrust, but that everybody wanted to move to a more collegial environment, and an environment where everyone was honoring their roles. And so just putting in place enabling mechanisms to make sure that that happens. The other item that was discussed is, and many of you articulated, that you want to focus your time when you're together on the things that really matter to the system, not on the minutia. And so thinking through, how do you establish your committee structure? How do you establish your meetings, and how do you run your meetings in such a way that you're really focused on the things that matter for moving things forward. So those are the primary recommendations that we're going to have in the report. The report will be completed in a couple of weeks' time and will be presented to the president. We do think that if you adopt these recommendations, that it will help you in many ways to focus on the things that you say really matter, to focus on access, on affordability and efficiency, on student success, on economic impact, and on excellent and diverse institutions. And so that's where I'll conclude, unless anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Jay. This is an informational presentation. We're not being asked to do anything today, but the floor is open for questions from the board members, if there are any of Jay. Okay, Jay? Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman and members, as I said earlier, these are BCG's recommendations at this point, and I think they're they have the direction right based on the recommendations they've made so far, and I look forward to receiving their final report. In the meantime, I'm studying their recommendations and giving thought about how best to make this transition from our current structures into one that is best aligned with our goals and responsibilities. This means evaluating our existing structure, what we will need to better focus our efforts, and how to get there. I have a few principles that I intend to follow. First, any changes that we make must help us do our work better to achieve our shared goals. Second, I have made clear that any changes must be cost neutral. This means that we will likely need to make some changes, some hard choices that will involve people working in GA. And it also means that we will not increase headcount. I expect that we'll have fewer people at general administration overall, that some of the functions will be enhanced to focus on higher value activities. Finally, any actions we take and any changes we make must be done with all care and caution. We'll need the time to do it right, and that will include consulting with the Personnel and Tenure Committee as required by the resolution you adopted earlier. BCG's final report will be made public, and I'm looking forward to making decisions and acting on those recommendations soon after its release. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, President Spellings. It's now time for the chairman's report. It seems like it's taken forever to get here. I've been killing me over there. I would like to echo my thanks to Representative Fraley for being with us this week. We have, from time to time, a number of legislators who come and spend time with us, and we appreciate every minute that they're allowed to give us because I know how valuable their time is. Representative Fraley has been with us from start to finish this week. He was on the tour. I actually even saw him back in the man cave last night for a little while. So, John, thank you so much for being with us, and we look forward to working with you and your colleagues in the future. So appreciate it. I would also like to thank Chancellor Anderson and the staff here at Fayetteville State University for an exceptional welcome. And I'd like to include Dr. Gutschall, who I believe I hope is here because he had done a lot for for this visit, and I want to thank him and everyone else who had a part in it. We've had a terrific visit to this campus. We had a great dinner and a wonderful evening at Chancellor Anderson's home last night. But more than that, we've all gained a better insight into the important works that are being done here at Fayetteville State University. You know, I was a history major, so I read with great care the brochure in our package on the history of Fayetteville State University. And I want to tell you that I believe the vision of the 7 founders of the institution in 1867 and those who have followed today, that vision is alive and well today at Fayetteville State University, and I can tell you we are proud to be here with you today. So thank you again. Let's give everyone at Fayetteville State a big hand. You know, from somebody from up in the mountains, I rarely get down here in the flatland, so it's been great for me. Also, I want to thank all of our student government presidents who happen to be with us today. I think they outnumber the chancellors, if I'm not mistaken. It's a tremendous turnout, and as you know, we're going to be having a lunch with these representatives after the meeting. But at this time, I'd like to take just a minute and let you introduce yourselves to the meeting. So I'm going to start with you. Okay.
My name is Carson Rich. I'm a senior in the North Carolina system. Obviously, go to Appalachian State University. So, thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dan McCord. I am the student body president of UNCW, and like our honorable chairman, I'm also a history major.
Good.
Hi, I'm Candace Brooke Locklear.
I got a UNCP, and I'm a chemistry major.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kyle Brown. I'm a senior political science major at D. Winston-Salem State University.
Good morning. My name is Hank Henderson. I currently serve as Western Carolina University Student Body President, and I'm a finance entrepreneurship double major.
Good morning, everyone. I am Candace Bush, and I'm proud to be the SGA president, the famous
Hi, everyone. My name is David Joyner. I'm the speaker of the Student Congress at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I'm a senior studying political science.
Hi everyone, I'm Allison Burkholder. I'm the student body president at UNC School of the Arts over in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And I am a senior in the School of Design and Production with a focus in wigs and makeup.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Manilevich, and I have the privilege of serving as student body president at East Carolina University.
Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Madeline Finnegan. I am a sophomore at NC State studying economics, and I am the vice president of budget and finance for ASG.
Hello, my name is Alex Prunka, and I am a junior political science major at East Carolina University.
Hi everyone, my name is Aaron Heft. I'm a junior at East Carolina University. I'm the Attorney General in our student government there and the Vice President of Media Outreach for the Association of Student Governments.
Hello everyone, my name is Steve Nunez. I am a former Special Forces Weapons Sergeant actually stationed at Fort Bragg. I'm a current senior at UNCW and non-traditional center on the Student Senate there, and Vice President for Governmental Outreach for UNC ASG. I am a senior graduating May, majoring in philosophy, religion, anthropology with minors in classical studies and Islamic studies.
Greetings, I'm Taraka Durrell. I'm a junior accounting major here as Executive Treasurer of SGA as well.
Hello everyone, I am Brittany Jeanette, sophomore here at Fayetteville State University, Executive Secretary for Student Government Association.
Good morning everyone, I am Kathasia Fulmore, freshman here at Fayetteville State University, also a freshman senior.
Thank you all very much. Let's give them all a big round. This is really the good part of our meeting. That's why we're all here today, because of people just like these guys right here. So thank you, and we appreciate your support. The turnout's incredible, and we'll see you at lunch. I hope you're planning a really big lunch for us. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to recognize Craig Souza for a report from the Transition Committee.
May I stay seated, Mr. Chairman?
You may, Mr. Souza.
I don't want to walk up there and get a ticket from Henry Harry.
We don't break the rules.
Well, I wouldn't ask for an exception either. So, very briefly, the Transition Committee, obviously we had the retreat, and I think it was a huge success. I hope you all agree with that. The Transition Committee's job's pretty easy because we have an incredible president. And so it's pretty much, she says, we're going to do this, and I say, yes, ma'am, let's go. We did do a report, and I have to give total credit to Laura Wiley and Temple Sloan because they authored it. Quite frankly, I just pressed send, but it's in your box, in your mailboxes, and please read it if you have questions or comments or anything. And then embodied in that report are some things that the transition team will have to do moving forward till our term expires in June. So everything's good.
Thank you, Craig. We really appreciate everything you and the committee have done. I thought the retreat was excellent, and it's been a big help to me, and I hope to all of our board members. So thanks for everything, and thanks to your committee. At this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Junius Gonzalez to come up to the podium, if I could. You know, back in December, this board decided unanimously that we needed an interim president in between President Ross's retirement and President Spelling's arrival in March. And we had another unanimous vote, and we decided that person should be Junius Gonzalez, Dr. G, as I've learned he's known around GA.
you know, the board said, okay, so let's see if Dr. Gonzalez will do this. As they said, well, you go call him. So I called him up and I said, Junius, you know, we've got this little job we want you to do. You know, it's really not much. It's only a couple of months. You'll probably not even realize that you have it. And Dr. G, as most of you who know him, he said, now, wait a minute. He says, I got to think about this. I'll call you back in a few days. And he called back and we talked some more. I said, yeah, whatever you want, we'll do. Don't worry. It's going to be a piece of cake. Well, he got into the job. He did an excellent job. I can't tell you what a great job he did, and I know a great sacrifice to his personal life. But the other day, on his last day, I was thanking him for what he had done, and he said, okay, Lou, he says, that's all well and good. Just don't ever call me again. So at this time, I would like to propose a resolution honoring Junius J. Gonzalez, interim president of the University of North Carolina. Whereas Junius J. Gonzalez was the inspired choice of this board to serve as interim president of the University of North Carolina from January 4th until March 1, 2016, when President Spellings began her appointment. And whereas while serving as interim president, Dr. Gonzalez simultaneously continued to faithfully carry out his responsibilities and duties as Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs and as Acting Vice President for Academic Programs and Instructional Strategy. So you see, he had 3 jobs at that time. Whereas Dr. Gonzalez is a proven and seasoned higher education leader with extensive knowledge regarding the issues affecting higher education, having made him an outstanding choice to lead the university during this transition period. And whereas Dr. Gonzalez's knowledge of the university, his deep commitment to advancing the academic mission, and his invaluable contributions to our strategic efforts will continue to benefit the University of North Carolina and the students it serves. And whereas the entire university is most fortunate to have Dr. G's leadership as he continues his excellent work in academic affairs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Governors of the University of North Carolina expresses its sincere gratitude and appreciation to Junius J. Gonzalez for the fine work and his commitment to excellence that he has demonstrated in serving as interim president of the university. Do we have a motion? So moved. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor, stand up and applaud Dr. Gonzalez. Would you like to say anything?
I just want to thank everybody very much. I certainly appreciated everyone's confidence. Lou was being very truthful. I did say, let me call you back. What he didn't tell you was the 2 single-space pages of items I went through with him that needed to happen. Certainly, I learned a tremendous amount, and frankly, I couldn't have done it without all of you, the Board of Governors, but also so many people in the room, most of which are in the first 3 rows, and all of the staff at General Administration, and frankly, all of the people at the universities who make everything run day to day. So again, a tremendous honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Secretary Perry, I will now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
I move that we go into closed session to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to the law of this state or of the United States, or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, to prevent the premature disclosure of an honorary award or scholarship, to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, or condition of appointment of a public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee, to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against a public officer or employee, and pursuant to Chapter 143 through 318.11A, 1, 2, 5, and 6 of the North Carolina General Statutes.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion's approved. We'll have a short break.
2 hours and 50.
candidates for the Board of Governor officer elections.
The board will elect new officers at its meeting in May pursuant to UNC Policy 200.2, election procedures, and the resolution establishing the schedule for the election of board officers for the 2016-2018 terms. Members who wish to be candidates for nomination of a board office were required to notify the secretary by March the 4th, 2016 meeting. That would be today. I have received the following notifications. For the position of chair, Mr. Lou Bissett. For the position of vice chair, Mr. Roger Aiken. And I will be also running again as secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Perry. Before we leave, I want to remind you not to forget your gift bag over here. It's a big model of the Batmobile, which we'll all want to be sure we take with us. And I also want to remind you of what David said. On the 15th, go out on the street, find as many people as you can, drag them into the polls, and get them to vote for the referendum. And you can even start today.
By getting registered to vote and becoming a voting North Carolina resident in time to vote on Tuesday. So let's not let her down.
Thank you all. I thought this was an excellent meeting. I was very pleased with our discussion. I was very pleased with the conduct of the audience. They were very respectful, and it was just an overall good meeting. And we'll all remember our stay at Fayetteville State University very well. Chancellor. I'll entertain a motion. So moved. To adjourn.
Where's the luncheon?
Where's the luncheon?
Don't forget the luncheon. That's right. It's in the cafeteria. Zach, will you lead us down there?
Congratulations, guys. I'm sorry.
North Carolina Channel is made possible by the financial contributions of viewers like you who support the UNC TV network.